And we're live. Live, bright. Look at all that bright. Yeah, it's really hot, so I had to, I gotta keep the door open just for the moment. But we'll close it in a sec. Where are we live from, though? Where are we live from? Live from, this is the first show of the How I Met Your Mothership tour. And we're live from I Don't Know Where to Go, as requested by Big Child. Let's see, create new empty, yes. Oh, let's try to close the door for a second. Oh, we're in space. That's where we are. This doesn't look quite right, though. Hey, Jubal. Yeah, I can play ZNM. Hey to Staffy and Muty and Rosen. Beanarino's here. Blue's here. I already forgot what number, what it was. ZNM. You do see the corner of the instrument rack, yes. It's not very visible from this camera angle. We'll be a little crooked. Oh well. I'm gonna have probably a second camera for social media stuff, but I don't know that I'll use it during the live. It'll probably just be for YouTube stuff. But it'll be right here, and it'll get well. I mean, this is the one time where vertical video will be useful, because I'm only using half of the instrument rack right now. But yeah, we'll have a full frame of full shot of the keyboard and the instrument rack, vertical video. ZNM, here it is. It's so funny how easy it is to not consider important details. So I spent all this time a week ago building a thing to put the mixing boards on, right on this rack, and I just forgot. I just didn't consider that this was going to be right where they were going to go. So that's silly. But that what I'll probably end up doing is just have them be right here, which that'll work too. That'll make them a little more visible than they are now, and they won't obstruct the keyboard. Did I play ZNM? No, I didn't. We need more sounds like this. We need more. I've said it before. There's not enough synth keyboard sounds requested. Yeah, it's been on my to-do list to put my finger on the scale, so to speak, with sound requests. I can't believe I painted this last week or a week and a half ago, and I cleaned everything's filthy already. But fortunately, I guess at 720p, you probably can't see how dirty it is. Although maybe when it goes up on YouTube, it's 1080p. Okay, let's see. Oh, Staffy, thank you so much. Huge donation from Staffy. Thank you. Thank you. Wow. Steph says, here we go, hashtag sound theme. Thank you so much. Did I say hi to everyone? I think I did. Rose says, can you refine the sound list? Well, no, it's not the issue. The problem is that that there's always going to be an enormous number of synth lead, synth basses, and pads and textures, but there's just not as many of these other sounds. So what I'm gonna do, I've been meaning to put a limiter on textures, because textures are the least useful sounds. I mean, there are some that are an exception to that, but for the most part, they're the least useful. So when I get 2 textures, it's just a little too much, So I need to put a limiter so that there's a maximum of 1 texture. And I already have a system that does limiting, but it's by category. And there's 2 different texture categories. So I have a limit of 1 on each of them, but that still means that both categories get it. So I don't have a way to aggregate categories and say that within multiple categories, we can only get 1 sound from this category. But yeah, I think what I'm going to do is, the way to solve the problem is to have sound slots that are dedicated to certain categories, multiple categories. So it'd be like 1 slot that could be for just a bunch of categories that we don't get used very often, to ensure that because the reality, because what ends up happening, right, a lot of the time is that we have almost every song has just synth basses, synth leads, synth pads, and textures, Check my special messages on Twitch. Thank you for the reminder. Oh, Big Child did a hype chat, and Muty did a hype chat. Thank you so much. Thank you to Muty. Thanks to Big Child for this whatever this new thing is. Hype chat. Big Child did a hype chat is really ugly and no one should use it. So yes, we have instruments in the van, but I haven't played them since, I don't know. When was the last show in the studio? September, October? Something like that. I don't know if they even work anymore. I hope they do. I have to read the hype chats. Oh, Big Child did one that says, what's this for? And you did one that says, can I say butt with this? Kappa. Rose is October? Okay, yeah. Yeah, we have, it's hard to see, but there's a flute right there. There's a saxophone right there. There's a trumpet. And there's a melodica. I say hard to see. Well, yeah, the flute is buried. I'm pretty. I mean, we'll see. Like I said last time, I'm worried that in the long run the keys will get damaged on the flute and the saxophone, just because there's not any easy way to sort of both support the keyboard, support the instrument, and also prevent it from bending the keys. But I don't know. We'll see. I did my best, and we'll see what happens. Muse is worth the money. That was great content. You sucked all the hype out of my chat. Stav says, do you have a strap to hold them in? Yes. We could use our handy portable camera. See if it works. Let's plug it in. Okay. What's that sound? What is that sound? Is that me? Oh, that's the mic, isn't it? Y'all still are sure it's worth it? It's definitely, maybe it's just the... I think background music should probably be louder, right? To mask... to mask it. Okay, hold on, let's see. Let's see if this works. Well, that's not the camera. That's a funny shot, though. Okay. Okay. There you see it. Okay. That's why it's not. Yeah. So there's. So this is polyethylene, and you can see it goes very. It's about. Well, they go different depths for different instruments, but I have another half-inch sheet of polyethylene that goes over this when I'm driving, and then there's bungee cords. And also where this is when the van is driving is, well, it lives, it pushes all the way into the structure, and there's insulation here. So in a worst case scenario, if these somehow popped out, they're still up against relatively soft insulation. Yeah. Rose says, where's the guitar? Someday maybe the guitar will go right there. But, yeah. I mean, I assume it's not this mic specifically that's the problem. I think maybe it's just my setup. I don't know if let me mute the mic just for a second. See if this just very annoying. I mean, maybe I probably just have it too loud in my headphones. What is that? Is that just maybe it's just a weird, is it a side effect of the gate? What if I turn off the gate? It's not the mic's fault. I don't know. That's just... Yeah, it's just when I start talking, you hear the totally loud, obnoxious fan. I don't know who prefers the gate and the pumping and who prefers no gate. Which is preferable? So this is fan noise. This is with the gate. So it goes totally silent when I stop talking. Rosen says no gate. Doug says, with the gate, oh no. There's not going to be a consensus. Seems like, for the most part, people are saying I mean, the other possibility is for me to talk way louder, right? Then the mic could be lower, but what if I, let me talk there now, and that's going to encourage me to talk a little louder. Although I didn't really turn the, Blue says, I'll take option 3. How's the, oh, now I can't hear myself. How's the background music? A little louder? You know, because I've amplified, I put more compression than I used to use on my voice. So it's louder than it is, definitely louder the last couple weeks than it used to be. But I didn't adjust the background music. Now that's probably way too loud. I like that though. Definitely covers up the covers up that annoying fan. Yeah, it's probably going to be another week with the fan, and then, well, realistically another 3 months, but it's going to probably be a little better soon. Yeah, Rose, and I considered putting some more. This is too many. It feels like too many already. So I don't know. We'll see. But yeah, the only two I was considering adding were the ones you mentioned. Well, was the Melodica. I mean the Stylophone, and probably I would just do the style. I'd be fine not playing kazoo for another couple years, I think. I'm just all kazooed out, I think. Oh, this song's too loud. Yeah, one of the says your monologue voice compressor same as sing compressor. I don't use any compression on the vocals during the music. I should. It's been on my to-do list for 6 years. But yeah, I should. Yeah, I had this plan years ago to go through to do this big community project and classify all the songs by different categories, because for a lot of reasons. But another valuable thing to do, we're not going to do this now, but someday, would be which ones have lyrics, because the problem is the ones with lyrics are going to always sound louder, because the words are going to conflict with what I'm talking, right? So you can play instrumental music way louder as background music than music that has words, right? Which is probably pretty intuitive, but I think that's part of why this song sounds louder, maybe. Theoretically, all of these songs have been mastered with essentially the identical mastering settings. Although the identical settings does not mean you're going to have identical results, because you're giving a different input, of course. But BBM for Doug. Yes, here's BBM. That's quite the sound. Is my sidechain compression happening on the mic when I'm playing? I need to create something in OBS where the volume of the instruments or the sounds is higher during this section of the show, right? The non-performance, because they're always too quiet in this section. But if I were to raise them on the mixing boards, they'd be too loud during the actual performance, because you're adding all the sounds together, and that volume, it doesn't work quite arithmetically. Maybe someone in chat who has a better understanding of the physics behind it or whatever. But you add two sounds that are the same volume together, they're not twice as loud. There's some other calculation. Hey, Tandy. He says, you have vocal stems only? No, all I have is stereo 2-track of everything. Yeah. Yeah, I could theoretically write a script that just looks for things with lyric credits, right? But I don't think I probably won't worry about it for now. Y'all just have to tell me if something's too loud. Media says amplitude can grow if frequencies match, but frequencies can also mask each other, and lower the volume of the sound with lesser harmonics. Oh, and Blue says logarithmic shenanigans plus your ear doesn't hear things linearly. Other Whittle Van things. Minor. Well, for me it's awesome. It's another significant little thing that did not cost very much money, but it's very, very nice. So I now have my curtains to separate this section from the cab. I still have a little work to finish them in order to make them totally blackout. But I thought I was going to have to do something sort of difficult for the curtain rod, but I ended up getting a tension rod that there's a perfect place to put it, and it's pretty secure, and these curtains were pretty inexpensive, but I'm trying to figure out how I'm going to keep the curtain rod, because the van roof is curved, the curtain rod only goes to about here, right? So if the curtains just hang flat, then you're going to have a big open space. So I don't know, I've considered doing some sort of Velcro hook and loop thing, but then I have to put it on the paint, and then if I don't know if it's going to mess up the paint. Another possibility is put little grommets, is that what they are? And have hooks. So grommets in the, wow, it's getting hot already, man. Okay, so we're just going to have to go with poor visual quality for a little while, because it is, oh, it's so nice. so much better. Oh, just as Tandy says, I really feel like you're in space, and then I have to open the door. Well, it looks like I'm passing the sun, right? That's what chat was saying last week. Oh. Yeah, it's 91.6. Okay, let's see if we can. But yeah, I drove an hour just to do this show, and then I have to drive back an hour just to somewhere it's a little cooler. The van, it peaked. The highest temperature in the van now, according to this thermometer, is 115 degrees. 115 degrees. which honestly, I'm okay. It's not great, but I'm okay. It's just, but the computer would be a wreck. Absolute wreck. Wait, that's not the right one. Oh, I added a bunch of steps and I did not really test them all. Just to make my life easier, but we'll see if we have some bugs today. So far, I think things are working. Hey, Mr. Robert and Fosmeric. Good to see y'all. Oh, yeah, thank you, Stavi. I have been hydrating. I will hydrate again. But yeah, I'm going to be around my where my home base has been for another week, I think. And then I'm probably heading up north, even further than I'm already pretty north, but into the mountains of New Mexico, if I can find internet. If I can't, then I'm going to have to go to Colorado, which I'm going to go to eventually, in search of internet. Cool weather and internet. You know, we're missing some drum fills. Can we get a few more drum fills? Whoops. What did I just do? Oh, I messed up. So we're gonna have to have we'll need those drum fills for the next track. Somehow I advanced to the next step, and the next step triggers a whole bunch of steps, including exporting SQL files and JSON of the requests, which other programs use. Oh, but we have a sound theme we can start getting requests for. Set logic BPM current. Oh yeah, that's the next step. It was a little traumatic, but I ordered a portable PA on the credit card, so that should arrive next week. It was interesting. I was a couple nights ago. I had been working a little while in a public library, public libraries have been such an important part of my life since I was born. And I was they have AC and good internet. I was in a public, but then it closed, and it was, so I was working, and there was, people would walk near this public library, and it was so hot still. I had the door open, and there were not many people to pass me by, but I think 2 people stopped, but I think it was probably 30% of the people who walked by, or maybe 25% stopped, which was 2 people. But it's definitely a conversation starter. So it was making me think I should just go to I should just go to the nearest town, wherever I am, a few times a week, and just set up, just park, right? Just open my door and do my work, and just people come by, and I need to get some business cards. Just hand out business cards. If you want to hear all this stuff, come hang out with us on Saturdays. Okay. What was I supposed to do next? There's too many steps. Oh, and Big Child, thank you. Gave a sub to Tandy. Thank you so much. And thanks again to Staffy for that donation starting us off. And Big Child with the donation. Thank you, Big Child. Oh, and hey to Dog Do. Doug says business cards. What is this, 1989? He says last week's show was fun. I even rewatched because it was all good vibes. Let's be the moment, act a fool today because life's too short to worry about tomorrow. For sure, I know. You know, they have, you hear that phrase, Debbie Downer? I feel like the last 2 years we should have named it ETC Kid Downer. But it needs to rhyme, right? I mean, it needs to be a, what's the word again? I forget the word for when you do two sounds. So what's a ETC enervate? Is that it? ETC enervate. Enervator. ETC enervator. Enervate means to lose energy, lower energy. But we're coming back. We went through the Empire Strikes Back phase of Etc. Kid. And it's time for Return of the Jedi, right? Hey, Chelsea. Does just put a QR code? Tanny says, or ETC exhale. Cool Jazz says, Empire takes control is not what ETC stands for. Whoops. Oh, Muty says, I just realized a catchphrase you could use for a show when you take a break. Say, I will ETC you in 5. All those breaks I take. Right? In the history of the show, I've probably taken, having done 1,000 shows, I've probably taken a break, 50 times maybe? Probably not even 50, maybe 20 times. What am I looking for? Oh, yeah. He says, lots of breaks on the show. Don't downplay it. Oh, a lot breaks on this show. That's true. I don't take breaks. I break things. Okay, drum kit. What do we have? It's not loaded. Oh, yeah, because that's something I haven't fixed yet. Hey, Conan the Employer. Yeah, this coming week I'm gonna be doing this. There's very little van stuff left. I've got a few more van things, and then I'm probably gonna try to do a bunch of coding and then I'm gonna be in, hopefully for the most part going forward, I'll be in situations where I can be spending a lot of time outside doing some sort of filming. I don't know what kind of filming, but some sort of filming. Okay, let's make our beats. So, Oh, and one of the things I'll try to do is, so I think it's just not, I don't want to update the operating system, and that means the original way that I had your name up on screen for drum beats. Wait, why is it not showing? It was supposed to at least show your loops. What? I don't even know what it's. Oh, it's totally. Well, oh well. Anyway, I'm gonna have to create. I'm gonna have to create HTML, CSS stuff to display the names and create a new way to put it. Because I used to do it through in live. I have a pop-up in live that shows your name, and that's what I cannot show on screen anymore. Because I can't do full screen capture unless I upgrade the operating system, and I don't upgrade unless I have no choice. So who is this? This is this is generated from hot weather. Just adding a few notes here and there. There it is. There's hot weather, and then we have Jubal. Okay, got our beats. So check out the sounds y'all have given me. Well, we're going to start with something real weird. I'm just looking at the sounds y'all give me. We got no bass, no synth leads, we just have wacky stuff. We got some pads, but we're going to have to use our pipe organ, I guess, for almost everything. Okay, here we go. Let's see what we have. First up, we have flutes plus 2 octaves. And then we have Domro chords, which Moody wants me to use as a bass, which sadly, I don't know if that. And then we have Doswell, New Mexico from Big Child. And then Rosa with Unconditional Live Moments. And then Bug Screen with, oh, this will be our lead. Troll Me Baby. And then we have Megs, Wegs, Vegs, Pegs, Legs. But yeah, who knows? Maybe maybe two of the folks that walked by the van, they asked about. I gave them I had to write it down because I had no business card. Oh, here's our. Look at that. We got everything we need. I mean, we would have been fine no matter what, but. He says, what's a useless skill you've learned in the past few years that nobody could care less about but you think is awesome? I developed skill to read individual sounds from vocals when editing WAV files. Wow. Like I can split words mid-sentence without even hearing. You must have learned a lot while building Van. You fell in love with something so trivial. I mean, I definitely love working with this material. I don't know if it's a useless skill. I mean, it's a useful skill. So a useless skill. Huh. A useless skill. There's got to be something I did in the van that I will never, ever do again in any other context. I don't know. Yeah, I need to push sounds to the sound page, yes. Sorry about that. I'll try to remember to do it after the show. Yeah, I don't know, Muty. I mean, this is not in the last 2 years, but playing kazoo? That's not fair. Kazoo has its moments. I just have, I don't know, I just had too many kazoo moments. I need a break. Need a break from the kazoo. Says, you want to make sure Tubi didn't break process. No, so yeah, remember we've had that issue where the sound page was breaking. And that was because the internet is not reliable in the van, then the full set of sounds wouldn't always, if the file didn't make it all the way, you would have all these issues. So I changed it to have to do it manually. But it's the thing I do at the end of the show when I'm exhausted. So it's one of those steps I just sometimes don't get to. Yeah. Okay, y'all pick which sound starts the improv. Yeah, I think what's I think what made the last 2 years particularly difficult. 2.5 is it's been more than 2 years, I think, but 5 years, no. I just feel like so much of my time has been doing things that in terms of this, doing things so that I can do something. You know what I mean? Meaning building out the van. So now that the van is finally at its sort of basically done, self-sufficient, I can shift my direction, shift my attention to everything else. Okay. Oh, Blender. Thank you. Yeah, Muty, I learned that. But again, that's pretty useful, I think. I'm sure there's what is something I'm never gonna do again? Do light show, yes. Oh, does this step work? All right, this is one of the new things. Tubi's supposed to send a UDP message YouTube it did not. Or maybe it didn't happen. Maybe it didn't happen yet. Okay, let's end this poll. Oh, thanks, Rosen. Well, hopefully I'll start posting all sorts of stuff soon, and if y'all like what I'm posting and you think of somebody who might also like it, you could send it. That's always helpful. Okay, so my UDP message did not work, did it? It did when I was testing. Or maybe, is it just, wait. Oh, does it happen? I definitely tested it. Well, okay. It's going to be probably a little awkward in between songs while I make sure everything's right with the light show. Okay. Whew. Am I ready to remove the breeze? Not really, but I'm going to do it. Okay. Back in space. Oh, it's nice. And this doesn't, because it's such a stretched wide angle, this won't block any of the light show. That's nice. And, well, I guess if I put the mixing boards here, they might. Oh, he says something about Bandcamp Fridays. Oh, yeah, often Bandcamp does discounts on Fridays or something. Or no, it's they give 100% of the revenue to the musician. That's what it is. Yeah. Okay. Okay, here we go. Time to etceterate. Messages from east to west. I see shadows in the sunset. Messages from east to west. Yeah, the sun is tired, just like we are. Yeah, the sun is tired. Thanks for those galps. Let's do our titles. Chilsy with The Day Before Today. Mr. Robert, Intergalactic Puzzle Room. Rosen, Forgiving the Past. And one more. And one more, Staffy with Windswept Welcome. I'm using this oh, that worked. So oh. I was having trouble with the saxophone because this dynamic mic just doesn't pick it up. In the studio, I always had a condenser mic. What was that in the sax? That's a it keeps it dry. I was supposed to have it in I should have used it in the studio. I definitely did not give very good care for the instruments, but I just didn't want to deal with taking it out all the time. and I also was banking on the fact that I'm in a very dry climate, so it's less of an issue. Roses, do you still have condenser mics? I do. The problem is it's the same issue with why the mics don't sound... Oh. Wait, how can y'all still hear me talking? Oh, right, because I did... There's supposed to be a step to remind me to put my mic back in the right position. Why didn't I see that reminder? Check, check. There we go. I'm much louder now, aren't I? Yes, Muty, it's for the spittle. Yeah, I mean, what I probably have to do, if the goal is decent audio quality, then really I'd need to just use the horn mics. I just need to figure out something to do during setup, because it's just so long now. I used to be able to start setting up 15 to 20 minutes before the show back in the studio. Now it needs to be, I mean, really, if I'm going to be on time, and I thought I gave more time than last week. Really, I need to have an hour and 15 minutes of setup time. I got to find some way to make it feel less onerous. Wait, am I using onerous in the way I want to? Yes, I'm using it perfectly. Onerous, of a task, duty, or responsibility involving a amount of effort and difficulty that is oppressively burdensome. The perfect word. Onerous. Yeah, I need to find some sort of thing I can listen to, some sort of show or something that'll carry me through. But it can't be something that requires too much attention, or I'll make mistakes, you know? Because what if you never break down, set up, and keep streaming forever and ever and ever? I know. Yeah, so far I really enjoy living in a van, and I could see myself doing it for a long time, but except for this part, the setup. He says, can I suggest some profound Manly P. Hall? I don't know who that is. Rose, there's something you could leave plugged in. Rose, and I have made this as efficient as humanly possible. Yeah. Yeah. It's just... There's just lots of things that just cannot be left plugged in. There's just numerous cables that have to be, and it just takes, it doesn't make sense, right? It seems irrational that it should take so long, but I'm definitely not twiddling my thumbs. Manly P. Hall, I'm going to write it down. Oh, Manly Palmer. Oh, lectures. Okay. Big Giles says you could listen to Muty's advice read by a soothing TTS voice. Yeah. Yeah, the rack I've set up is, a lot of it can stay plugged in. But yeah. I think what'll help is when I finally figure out exactly how long it takes, and I give myself that amount of time, because I think part of what makes it difficult is I'm stressing out that I'm running late, you know. But yeah, adding those mics will add another 5 minutes of setup time probably. Let me shout out some titles. Chilsey with Bang the Drums. It Came from the Sky with Foamy Nebulas. Bug Screen, E.T. Foam Home, Jubal Subterranean Carousel. Big Child, brick walls are great for hanging picture frames. Muti, Horizon. Rosen Lost Without a Clue, and Staffy, Sci-Fi Skyfly. This is what takes most time during setup. It's not one single thing, it's just cumulatively, everything adds up, yeah. I'll stream it sometime and maybe there's something I'm blind to that would speed it up, but I'm sort of neurotic about efficiency when it comes to logistics, so I'm doubtful, but it would be worth showing y'all and someone might catch something that I'm missing. Is the audio really... Is that all... Okay. Is my mic sounding really bad right now? It's just... Just so much noise in it. Oh, I use a title as a lyric inspiration, Rose and Shadows of a Sunset. And Mr. Robert gave us up to Chills. Thank you. And hello to Bad Backs and It Came From the Sky. Okay. You hear muted but not noticeable unless it gets loud. Then it feels kind of over-compressed. Yeah, I probably have too much compression now. I need to, at some point, listen back and try to see what I can solve. Let's break this tie. Oh, I didn't do this, did I? And it's Mr. Robert has named it Intergalactic Puzzle Room. Thank you, Mr. Robert. Why does it jump to sound order quo? That's not right. How did we just jump 50 steps? That's weird. Close title pole. We should be right here. Huh. I've been avoiding. I finally sat down and did the math on my gas mileage. It's like 12 or 13 miles to the gallon. So yeah, I won't be driving much. Let's see. Okay. First beat. Oh, BPM range? 250. Yeah, I don't want to do 250 to 300. Yeah. But we could do a next song. Oh, Staff says this sound theme is an alternate orchestral. If I can propose a title, inspire, base your title off classical song titles. Sounds good. Okay, let's load these sounds. Wait. And yeah, I'm looking forward to doing shows when I'm just in a place, you know, which we've done some, but definitely the last 3 shows, I've basically, you know, making special trips to where it's cooler for the computer's sake, and I try to time it so that it's as close to when I need to start setting up as possible, so I can run the AC as I'm driving. So definitely, it's like race. Okay, first sound is our drum kit. Oh, it's Cavern. Oh wait, it was a different kit, yeah. Hey, Neon Void. What did I say about the BPM? No 250 to 300, but we can do BPM range next. I don't really want to go above 180. It's a Cavern kit. What's the fastest I've driven with the van? Probably, well, a lot of the roads in the Southwest, the speed limit is 75 miles per hour. So I've probably gone 5 miles over. I've probably gone 80 miles an hour. But I try not to go over 75. You know, the van is tall, and the wind will sway it, and it's just... Oh, I nearly got hit today. It was very fortunate I didn't. Someone tried to get it to change lanes into the lane that I was in. Fortunately, we both adjusted. You know, I swerved. I didn't want to. You don't want to swerve a lot when you're going 75 miles an hour in a van, right? So I'm not going to go at this. I just had to just sort of go a little bit. And fortunately, they went a little bit the other way and went back in their lane. It was a scary moment. All right, let's make these beats. First up, we got Chills. Rose, I think 180 would be fastest. He says, did I honk horn? No, I don't really do road rage. I mean, I'll honk horn if it's to make someone aware of an impending dangerous situation, right? But I'm not going to honk the horn just to say, hey, you messed up. Then we got Mr. Robert. Hey, Vegetable Television. Okay, sounds. First up, Jazz Fusion Organ from Staffy. And then we have violins 2 trill. Trumpets. Sticky mallets. Roses, because we do remake concert streams again. I don't know about remakes. I just like improv more. You know, I like starting from scratch more. I think maybe if I were playing guitar again someday, maybe we do remakes for that. But now concert streams, if I do outdoor shows that are for people in the real world, you know what I mean? Then those would be more like concert stream. I might stream them and just not interact, you know, and just do music. So those might be like concert streams. And then we have for Jubal African Kalimba. And then Jubal Slap Strat. Because what if we do covers and Hear Me At All, we use this song title and then we still do show normal. You do covers, but there be nothing like the original. People would be so angry. People come in and they say, I don't know, what's a common cover? Staying Alive. And I say, yes, I can do Staying Alive. And everyone shouts like, yes, he does a great Staying Alive. And then you get the song I'm about to do, whatever it is. Okay, I'll pick which sound starts the improv. Yeah, there's a few little things I could still do with the setup, possibly. Like I could try to make a snake. I could combine a few cables that I'm having to run independently right now. Because I have, 2 mic cables and a headphone cable that come over here, and I have to run them separately. I mean, at this point, doing covers on Twitch is pretty low risk because Twitch is paying some of the royalties. They're not paying the ones that, like, people in Twitch music are still not fully protected, but the risk is very low at this point. It seems, as long as you don't do the wrong song. And I'd had that idea a long time ago that if it ever was possible, we could essentially do cover requests, but it's just with, maybe someone requested Staying Alive, and I have to do it with this set of sounds. But I'm just not that excited about it. I'm not really interested in learning covers. Now, I mean, it's fun every once in a while to do, as you know, I do enjoy it once in a while, but I don't think I'd want to be devoting lots of time to learning songs. As it takes, in order to be able to take whatever set of sounds people had requested and do the song, I'd have to really know the song. But yeah, I'm just not very interested in doing that for streaming, I think. Steph just learned one song, played that no matter the request. Yeah, I think I'd rather, if I'm doing covers, I'd rather do produced covers and do it on YouTube or release it or something, than to do improv stuff with them. Send this poll. Oh, is audition recording? Yes, it is. Okay, here we go. Thank you, Staffy, for the sound theme. It is time to etceterate. Thanks for those calps. Rosa, what was the BPM range you want for the next track? Okay, titles. Bug screen with Swarm Lake. Rose and the Last Clockwork Detective. Staffy's Symphonie Pathétique. Oh yeah, sorry. Tui lost a bunch of titles, unfortunately, because when the stream went real bad for a bit, right? Yeah, Tubi got disconnected from the internet. And Muti, Mozart is suffering. Oh, did I say I had a duel? Duel's here. Yeah, the mics barely pick up these brass instruments. Not even gonna try to play flute. It's just too quiet. Hey, Lord Rao. He says, how's the acoustics of the van? I don't know. I imagine they're not. I mean, I haven't played them without headphones, so that's the advantage of having close mics, is that you don't, you're not as subject to the limitations of your space. But at some point I'll try to play in here just acoustically and see. I expect it's actually pretty dry, because there's just a lot of soft surfaces in here now that are not going to do a lot of reflections. Or if the reflections happen, the room is so small that it's going to be a sort of real fast. Okay, let me shout out some titles. Steph says, you are New Mexico, so dry makes sense. Muty, easy as fugue. Bug screen, Carmen Chameleon. Rose and Gilded Masterpieces. Staffy, Wolfgang Wars. Rose says, would that be a Warren Stuff stream? No, it'd be like a 5-minute by myself test. Yeah. There's unfortunately, practicing is a luxury that I don't have. I'm not sure yet. I might Muty, you came up with the name Lighter Bima, right? Didn't you come up with that originally? That I used in that one story? I think I'm gonna use your idea for something else. But it's not gonna be a person, it's gonna be a thing. I'm gonna spell it a little differently. It's gonna be spelled, I think, Lightabeama. It's gonna be an object. An object called the Lightabeama. Such a memorable sounding set of words. Steps will be like an Easter egg. Media says could be. I come up with a lot. Well, let's see if we can find it. Let's look in the archives. You spelled it, I think, Lider in the original. I think it was Lider. Lighter. Oh, it's not there. It's not in chat messages. Maybe it isn't that spelling. Lighter. Whoops. Lighter. No. Bima. Let's look up Bima. Uh-oh. Huh, where is it? I could swear it was Lider. I'm just getting all these sliders, not lighter. Man, I was sure it was muted, but I can't find it anywhere. Lighter. Huh. Okay, let's end this poll. Rosen, last Clockwork Detective. Thank you, Rosen. Last Clockwork Detective. Light our beamer. Oh, okay. So it wasn't. Oh, I must. Oh, I was the one. I changed it then to lighter beamer, and now I've changed it again. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Motormouth, bounty hunter with a little heart, and a big mouth. Yeah. Why is it jumping? It is every time I do this, it jumps to this step. There's a bug somewhere that I've introduced. Oh, it's supposed to, why is it going to 1226? I think it should go to 820. Well, I think I found the error. Okay. Okay, here we go. Drum kit. Hey to Hug Queen. Oh, we got some sound names, right? Oh, these are from solo names sound Happy Grizzly Hugs. Oh, and Staffy gave a bunch. Sorry, I missed. Yeah, I still haven't fixed this bug that's not showing me these when I need to see them. Staffy gave a drum kit to a Beanerino. Here it is. That's not it. Oh, that's cool. That's a cool kit. That's awesome. Jubal name of sound Glassblowers Delight. Bean Radio name of sound Brand New Beat. Bugtree name of sound Bit Brassy Muffin. Okay, let's check out these sounds. First up, Cool Blue Jazz requested he says, can I say that in the vast empty creativeness of the silence that peeks out when you remain silent, my mind wanders to weird corners of the creative expanse, to the where a cover version of Staying Alive and how you would do it if you had total creative freedom. It's playing in my head every now and then. I would definitely not sing in falsetto. It's too obvious. No falsetto whatsoever. I'd sing it as low as I possibly can. That's Sa Legato. And then Chilsey requested I and I. What's that sound? We'll see if the instrument case comes crashing down. Remember, there's two halves of it, and they're connected together with 4 quarter-inch bolts. So the instrument is basically supported only by those 4 bolts right now, suspended in air. But 4 bolts should hold a lot of weight. I haven't done the math, but should be okay. And then Staffy gave us a heart ball. And then Big Chow with Smooth Digi Plastic. Oh, I didn't play the beats. I skipped that step. I didn't even make the beats. And then we have Mr. Robert with Creeping Dread. I think one of my favorite times in the van is when it's raining. But sometimes when it rains really hard, it's a little scary. Because just, I don't know, especially with the solar panels now, the acoustics of it. I've honestly, I've gone out several times just to see, is it hailing? You know, and it's not hail, it's just raindrops. But it sounds like there's an impact. But when it's a gentle rain, it's just such a relaxing thing to, you know, I love being in the van when it's raining. I probably won't always. I know for other people who've been in vans for a long time or vehicles, it's, you know, it's like at a certain point, rain becomes something you dread because it means you're just stuck inside. You can't, you know, you're trapped unless you have an umbrella. Whoops, and then we have First Crossing from It Came From the Sky. Staff, is there floods out there? Yes. Yeah, it can be very dangerous. You have to be, these things called arroyos, because, you have, I'm not an expert. I probably am saying this completely wrong, but I don't know if it's because of the nature of it being desert, or maybe it's irrelevant from that, but when it rains, the water comes down from the high ground extremely quickly, and they have these things called arroyos to collect it, right? And those arroyos, every year, somebody drowns because they're walking in an arroyo, and it happens because the water collects so quickly. So you have flash floods, yeah. But I think, so our big things here are flash floods and forest fires. Hey, Brother Wayne. Okay, y'all pick which sound starts the improv. Brother Wayne, we have him here in Arizona. I'm probably going to spend some time in Arizona in the fall. It's too hot right now. Well, I don't know Arizona very well. Do you have any really high mountains in Arizona? Really high elevation? Big Chalice is dry ground, can't absorb water very well. You do, Brother Wayne? So maybe I'll spend some time in Arizona this summer as well. All right, Flagstaff and Sedona. Yeah, I when I first bought this van, I had to drive through Flagstaff. And I did it was really nice. I really liked it. Would love Sedona. Yeah, I've been through Sedona, but I haven't spent much time. No, I got some ice cream in Sedona. It's 7 or 8 years ago. Or no, it wasn't that, maybe 5 years ago. I just remembered that. But I haven't spent much time there. Sedona, that would be another place. I was saying, Brother Wayne, earlier how just a couple nights ago, I was just parked and I had my doors open. And I was in a place with very little traffic, but even then there were 2 people technically it was 3 people. It was a couple and so yeah, Sedona gets a lot of, it's sort of touristy, so that'd be a place where I could just, if I can find a parking spot. That's the thing, is in these places probably parking is very expensive. But it definitely, people were intrigued and asked lots of questions, and I could promote the show. And Fox Screen says was the couple streaming. Why does it say fade in? We don't need to fade in. We already got background music going. I don't know what you want, Tubi. Reminds me of that classic scene in Super Troopers when these Vermont highway patrolmen, they pull this car over, and inside of the car these 3 teenagers or 20-somethings who are tripping, and so they're already pulled over, and the troopers on their bullhorn or whatever in their vehicle, are saying pull over again, and the kids are freaking out because they've already pulled over, so they don't know what to do. Pull over. Well, we're already pulled over. I don't know if I would think that movie was funny now, but when I saw it, I thought it was. We all, because I grew up in Vermont for junior high and high school. We just thought it was just the funniest movie. And it has. I haven't seen it. Has anyone seen that show Succession? The sort of I've not seen. I've just seen sort of trailers or something. But the old man who I guess is the head of the family, I think it's the same actor. He plays the police chief, but it's a ridiculous comedy, right? So it's just funny for him to go. I mean, I think he's been in tons of stuff, but those are the only things I know that he's done. So from my limited experience, that shows very good range as an actor to do those two dramatically different kinds of shows, movies. Oh yeah, Brother Wayne, the meow. I keep saying, yeah, the troopers in another traffic stop, they just throw in meow in between as they're talking to the person they pulled over. It sounds, I mean, it's, again, I remember it being funny. Remember it being very, very funny. They chug maple syrup. So Vermont, one of its big exports, or I don't know if how much it is economically, but certainly they're known for maple syrup in Vermont. You know, get the real maple syrup, not the store-bought that's just sugar and food coloring, you know. What am I doing next? Creeping Dread. Okay, that's... Cool Blue Jazz, you think it's hilarious too? Yeah. Cool Blue Jazz says, have you seen the second one? No, I don't think I did. I imagine there's no way it could live up to the first. Did it live up to the first at all? Hey, Tortle. We are starting to cool down. We peaked at a little over 95 degrees in the van. We're now down to 94.5. 94.5. I think it was called Jammin' 94.5, or was it 97.5? It was a radio station in Boston, I think. Was it Jammin' 94.5? Yes, Boston's #1 for hip hop and the best throwbacks. Let me try to get that voice a little more. Jammin' 94.5, Boston's #1 for hip hop and the best throwbacks. Wait, what happened? I just gave them a free promo. Jammin' 94 point. Except they wouldn't say it that way. I did it like it's a slow jam station. Jammin' 94.5. No, they would be a much higher energy. Yeah, Joseph says hip hop is 50 years old. Rose says you still have the third monitor used for a third tubey. Can that work as an extra monitor? Well, I'm all set on monitors. I just asked my credit card to do me another favor. So I'm very happy with my monitor setup at the moment. But I do have that monitor, but it's in storage, Rosen, yeah. Once I realized how much easier it was to just do it with, do it after the fact, you know? Stabby just quoted my credit card comment. Okay, this one's gonna be, this is fast. Rosenberg is 176 BPM. Okay. Oh, I still didn't make the beats. But definitely doing eighth notes. Wait, I just said we're going to do eighth notes, and then I had to do 16ths. Okay, make eighth note beat. Okay, here's the first one. Oh, we got to fade out too. Okay, it's gonna get a little tiring. Let's give it a little more volume dynamics, so it's not just hammering our brains. Here's our first beat. That's crunchy, and then we have, what is this? Promo mom. Let's I like that. Okay, we got our beats. Here we go. Time to etceterate. Whoops. Thanks for those calps. Thank you. Oh wow, we got raid from a couple streams. Hey, couple streams, how are you? Thank you so much. Legends of Twitch, couple streams. Oh, thank you. Welcome, everybody. I'm the Etc. Kid. I do improv in a van. We are currently passing by the sun. That's why it's so bright. But let me close that window so we don't see the sun so brightly. Wow. And couple streams, 74-month sub. Wow, thank you so much. Those of you who came from couple streams today, what was your favorite song? What was your favorite song they played? So the way this show works is everything I do I just make up, but y'all play a very critical role. Y'all pick the sounds that I use for each song. Y'all pick the speed of the improv, the starting key. Y'all name the songs. So what I'm gonna do, I just finished an improv, and I'm gonna go through the sound. The titles that chat came up with. I'm gonna pick a bunch, and then chat's gonna vote, and whatever they choose is gonna be the name of the song. And then we're gonna start getting ready for another improv, which is we'll do pretty quickly. And what that involves, I'm gonna play the sounds that chat has requested, and y'all are gonna vote and pick which sound starts the improv. But I am in a van I'm in northern New Mexico. Not at super right now. The elevation I'm at is probably 6,000 feet. But soon I will be headed up into the tip-toppy mountains of New Mexico, where it's colder. Assuming I can find internet to stream. If not, then I'm going to go to Colorado. Well, and I'll go to Colorado at some point anyway. In July. Oh, Duel, you found this show thanks to an ACS raid. Yes, so many of our community found this thanks to a couple streams. Let's see, some of these songs people are shouting out that they liked today. A couple streams, Bloodsucker, the Whiskey Song. Fibberry Fabs is hot in the van. It is hot, yes. Well, it depends how you define hot. It is 94 degrees in here right now, which I'm okay with, but it definitely makes the computer work very hard. That's why we're nearing a point where I can't do shows because it's going to be just too hot for the computer. The computer, it throttles itself and it just stops functioning very well once. Well, at one point I couldn't even get it if it was over, I think 80 or 85 in here, it just wouldn't work. But I've got it now so that we've successfully made it work up to 95 degrees, I think. But yeah, I drove here today just to do the show because where I've been for the most part during the day it was 110, 115 degrees inside of the van because I don't have AC yet. I'm trying to power through and wait till next summer when I have more money, hopefully. So let me get some titles. But yeah, let me know if anyone has questions about the show or if you have a question about living in a van. Shout them out. I'll try to multitask and answer as many as I can while I'm getting us ready for the next track. So quickly, some titles. Unity of Balance is here with the song Who Must Not Be Named. Hug Queen, No Broken Hearts. Lord Rao 2018 with the title Iron Warriors. And let's see, one more. Bug Screen with Freezer Mind. Cliff says, oof, heated is a computer's worst enemy, yeah. Comes Audio Lab says, maybe I saw too many TV shows and I'm always a little sus on people in RVs in New Mexico desert. I know. There's no cooking of any kind happening in here, just so if you're wondering. I mean, all I have is I have a microwave. So I guess, okay, here's a question, chat. Is heating up things in the microwave considered cooking? What do you think? What do people think? Does that count? Or does cooking require assembling ingredients together and putting them on a stove? Or do I count? Am I a cook with my microwave? What do y'all think? Oh, Miracle Dance says it totally can be cooking. Sweet. I'm a chef. A chef with my cans of Chef Boyardee. Okay, let's see. Let's get this poll up so we can start prepping for the next one. Is there anyone in chat right now who came over from a couple streams who lives in a vehicle? There's got to be at least one person who's... Is anyone watching from a vehicle? Maybe you don't live in your vehicle, but you're watching from it. Eve Warrior says you can make fine scrambled eggs. Yeah, I do that actually. Well, I don't do it right now because I don't have a fridge yet. But for a long time I was making this dish for myself in the microwave when I was living in a house, and it was 2 eggs scrambled with a lot of kimchi, and I love kimchi. It's funny, I didn't used to like kimchi, but I just sort of learned to love it. Now I absolutely love it. Kimchi and sometimes chicken, and I put in some frozen vegetables and just big heaping. So as soon as I get a fridge, I'm going to start doing that again. I put in all sorts of weird spices. I don't know anything, so I just dump random things in. Let's see. I tried doing a brownie in a microwave once. It was okay. Yeah. I mean, it was sugar, so hey. But the consistency's weird. You just sort of put the batter in a cup and you heat it up. Oh, Gump's Audio Apps is in fact cooking books made for microwave. Yeah, I'm pretty limited right now without a fridge, so I'm mostly eating out of cans. Wow, big thanks again to a couple streams for the raid. And yeah, welcome to, I think I've said hi to some people, but to Fantastic, Wickinger 2012, How Wolf, You're Better Than You Think, Loki Fire Dragon, Gringo Ringo, Gumps Audio App, Grandpa Bacon, Cliff the Self-Aware AI, Mind Jive, Anti-Thees, Lulev 1, Ed Arrows, Evil Ori. Ed Arrows is kind of like mug cake. Yeah, that must have been, yeah. Rose says they have microwave brownie kits. Thank you, You're Better Than You Think says your internet is great for a van. It was a lot of effort to make that, and we still have issues. It's very dependent on where I am, but I have all of the internet. Well, not exactly, but I have all the cellular providers, and I merge them into a super signal. So this stream is actually going over multiple cellular providers, little parts of it, and then it's put back together in the cloud. And although, if I'm being totally honest, one of the cell phone providers is doing nothing for me today. No signal whatsoever, so we're just on 2 connections. And one of the connections is, I was being sort of ideal situation. The reality of today is that actually at this precise moment, the entire stream is on just one of the connections. But I have a special device that sort of automatically sort of shifts and combines as needed. But it's not ideal when it's on just one connection, because if something goes bad, then... But yeah, where I am, I only get really good reception on one of my signals. Yeah, I got a satellite, and then I ended up I haven't used it really, and I'm going to probably sell it, because the problem with the satellites is they're totally dependent on being in a place where you can see the sky, which in New Mexico is pretty easy, but the bigger problem is that they're really bad at upload. Like, they're just not... People have real trouble streaming with satellites. So that was disappointing, because the satellite was really expensive. But they also, the provider that everyone... that gets the most buzz right now, they recently raised their prices also, to the point where you could get basically cellular upload is better. When you have both options, cellular is always better. But there are places, obviously, where satellite's your only option. So hopefully satellite gets better and better. I think to really be able to rely on satellite in the van as a streamer, you'd probably need 2 different satellite companies, and then do what I'm doing, so that whenever it drops out on one, hopefully the other one's working. But yeah, there's just tons of dropouts on satellite for upload. Okay, let's see. Oh yeah, Rosen, yeah, you can let me know about that on Discord. Sorry, yeah. Okay, let's end this. But when I look for prize telling chat this last week, it's a challenge. Trying to be a streamer in a van is by orders of magnitude more difficult than being just living in a van. Because when you just live in a van, you can just go anywhere. But I have to first find places right now that aren't very hot outside. Then I have to look at different maps to see if there are cell phone towers. And then I also have to see, is there a place where I can camp, where I can be? And it's a long process. And sometimes you show up in a place and it looks like there are towers, but then you get there and there's no internet. Or it looks like you can camp there, but you get there and no, you actually can't. But what I'm slowly doing is assembling a list of places where I know it works. And so the longer I do this, the easier and easier it's going to get. This place where I am is a great, I'm not going to say where it is, but it's a perfect, except for the temperature is getting too hot for the computer. But I'm sure in the fall I'll spend a lot of time here. Okay. So okay, let's end this poll. Oh, hey, the solo. Solo's here. Yeah, it's taken me a long time to transition from living in a house to the van. The van took me much longer than it should have for a lot of different reasons, but I finally got my instruments in the van. You can't really see them, but there's a flute, saxophone, a trumpet, a melodica. Someday I might bring some of the other ones I used to have in the studio, but this is it for now. Okay, let's end this poll. No Broken Hearts. Hug Queen. Hug Queen's name. That last song we did, No Broken Hearts. Okay, so we're going to just prep quick, and then I'm going to do an improv. One of the things I do is I turn people's names into the drum beats. And I would put people's names up on screen, and you would see the beat as it played. But I recently updated OBS, and it broke my ability to do screen capture. And I have not come up with an alternative method. So you're just going to have to trust me that these beats are generated, but you will hear them. You just won't see them. So these songs, they exist because of chat's contributions. They would never exist if it wasn't for the things that chat gives me, because there are thousands of different sounds we have, and all these things combine in totally different ways every time. Okay, what's our drum kit? It's the minimal kit. Oh, I was wondering what that sound was. You know, I could show so y'all could sort of envision where I am a little better. We'll switch to the webcam quick so you can see. Okay, so this is my van. I haven't finished some cosmetic things, so ignore that. But so up there is sort of my bunk, and you'll see I have that's a trap door, so it sort of I didn't do a lot of insulation on the walls, just this stuff. So instead what I did is my sleeping area, all the cupboard doors are actually insulation. So when I close that off, it's a pretty self-contained, it's a lot warmer. And then all of this stuff that you see in this space actually sort of slides into or is stored in that structure. So when I open this door, normally when I'm not doing a show, I'd open this door and this whole space would be empty and just a nice space for me to exist in. But this is my instrument rack, so this slides all the way in. And this keyboard desk, this is a gigantic thing. It slides under there, and under there is my power system, and then I needed, a lot of van builds you'll see are very stylish and look like expensive condos, but I needed this big space, and I need a lot of storage space, so it's just a lot of all that storage and storage down there. But that is that is where we are working from at the moment. Oh, thank you, Swider, 71-month sub. Oh, why is he says Starlink is very reliable for streaming the event of IRL. Skyline TV uses Starlink everywhere. Well, that's good to know. Everyone else I've sort of talked with who's been doing it has had bad luck, so I should look him up and see if he's got some tricks that make it work better. Is it inventor of Skyline TV? So yeah, thanks for sharing that. I'll check it out. You'd rather you think you should film the building process, you should film it. I did a little bit of it. When I sort of figured I was going to do that, and then I just sort of realized that I'm not the right person to do that kind of video production. It just takes so much to be building and filming at the same time. But it was a big process because all this is all aluminum, and I had to go to a machine shop and cut it all, and I had to learn how to use a manual mill to make it so that the things connect together, and it was definitely a lot of work. Okay, let's make these beats. So again, normally you would see this on screen, but I say normally, I mean it's been pretty hit or miss the last year, but for the first 6 years of the show, it was very reliable. Here's Fanatic Viewers. So this is a beat generated from the word Fanatic Viewers. So what I do is I make little adjustments, add some notes. I don't ever take away notes. And again, normally you would see me do this. Okay, and then we have Happy Canada Day. Okay, got our beats. Okay, we're just going to check out the sounds that chat's requested, and you're going to vote. Everyone's going to vote and pick which sound you think should start the improv. Now, the reason that is significant, because ultimately I'm going to use all the sounds, is that it's the analogy I like to give is if you're a painter and you don't know what you're going to paint, and you pick up a color, that first stroke with the brush with that color is going to inform every decision that you make after that. And so if you think about it in music, let's say you start a song with a flute, right? You're starting with the sound that's very light and delicate. It's going to encourage, not guarantee, but it's probably going to be lighter and more open because that's how you started, right? Whereas if you start the song with a really heavy distorted guitar, that's going to send it a different direction, right? So that first sound is a critical decision. Okay, let's start playing these sounds. So first up we have This is edgy synth bass from Jubal. And then we have soprano sax from Jubal. And then from Hug Queen we have Chinese DZ flute. And then from Big Child's Slowest, swell pad. Plug screen with warm Digi-Atmo. Whoops. And then lastly, it came from this guy, gave us 70s sci-fi ultimate quixotic hyper iconic. What a name. Okay, so now y'all are going to pick which of those sounds or drum loops is going to start the improv. I did put a video of the van bill, just a quick excerpts, you know, it's like 60 seconds long, as part of a bigger video. And I realized that weeks or months after I posted it, that it was sort of this montage of building things, and then there was supposed to be a shot of this finished shot, right? And somehow it didn't make it into the final cut, and I didn't realize. That's sort of the whole point of the video, and you didn't see the conclusion. Wow, thank you so much. You're better than you think for the cheer. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. But we have the things, there isn't too much left. I'm hoping to be able to wait until next summer to put in, I'm going to put in a evaporative cooler in the ceiling probably. And what else? Cosmetically, I want to figure out something for the wall. I think I'm just going to put cloth up. And I need to put something more nicer on the ceilings. But yeah, there's not really much else that's big. Or maybe I'm forgetting something. Wow, it's weird. I wasn't hot earlier, but now I'm getting really hot. As it is slightly cooling down. I'm just going to give myself a breeze for a moment before we turn the light show on. Yeah, thanks so much for that cheer. Thank you. Wisey Stoosh says, Adam from Skyline TV will probably use Starlink again at Perukaville Festival. Use it there. Put the Starlink antenna in a boiler cart. Huh. Do you know how regularly does he stream, or is it just every once in a while? Is he sort of a full-timer, or he does events? What's his... Media says, remember when this van was Lego? I know. Chad had to listen to me as I daydreamed about how I was going to do it with Legos. And then Chad had to sit through all of this 3D rendering that I did. Edero says, building all that must have been quite the project. Yeah. I spent so much time cutting these bars and milling. Just, I didn't keep track, but I'm sure it was hundreds of hours. Hundreds and hundreds of hours. it's not pretty. You know, it's certainly no one's going to see this and go, "Oh, that looks," you know, but it's for my needs it's close to perfect, I think. I don't know that I could do something that would work better for my needs. But it would be awful for almost anyone else. You know, most people, they do a van build, and if they were to stop, they could sell the van for way more than it's worth. I don't know that this has added any value to the van, what I built. You know, because it's so built around my needs, you know? I mean, somebody certainly, I mean, the value of the metal is a lot, and I have a really good electrical system, so that's worth something, but I don't think many people are going to think this is exactly what I was daydreaming about. This giant closet, giant storage space with a cot, not a cot, it's like a, you know, it's not a big bed either. But yeah, I mean, I'm hoping I can keep this van until it no longer functions. I don't really, you know, I'm hoping. Okay, let's end this poll, and we're going to do our improv just a moment. Tie. Okay, we're going to start with Percy's broke the tie, and we're going to start with 70s sci-fi ultimate quixotic hyper ionic. So for raiders, as soon as the song starts, you're going to notice people in chat are running the title command. And what they're doing is they're suggesting names for the song. So you can submit as many as you want. And sometimes I will use those titles as lyric inspiration during the improv. Means the best way to take care of van is do your routine maintenance. Yeah. I just had the oil changed recently. Eventually I'll learn how to do it myself. This is the first vehicle I've ever owned. Well, I owned a quarter of a van a couple, 20 years ago when I was in a band, but never personally owned a vehicle into this because I always lived in cities. Big cities. Where I lived with people who had vehicles I could borrow. Why is he says he streams very often? Oh, you're in Europe. He's in Europe. I've heard that the speeds in Europe are significantly better than the speed in the States. Okay, here we go. Time to accelerate. So I'll be back after the improv. For new folks, I don't respond to chat while I'm doing the music. Other than sometimes like I said, I'll use titles. I don't even see chat. My bot will collect the titles and I'll use them as lyrics. But so I will see y'all on the other side. Here we go. Thanks again. Thanks so much to a couple streams. Thank you. They've been incredible supporters of this channel community over the years. Thank you. Okay, here we go. Time to accelerate. Thanks for those calps. Let's look at all these titles. From Grandpa Bacon, we got Supersonic Lullabies. From Fosmeric, Escaping the Infinite Sleep. Conan the Employer with Even Robots Need a Break. And Muty, Live Your Daydreams. Okay, I'll pick which of those can be the name of the song, and so these songs get released on Bandcamp, on YouTube. Oh, and if you follow today, if you follow today, and then come back for another show, you will get from our bot a download of today's show. And when I say download, I don't mean all the talking. I mean a download of just the songs. And it'll have liner notes, and the liner notes always credit everyone who made requests or named the song. Anybody thinks there's 50 more title suggestions? Does anyone remember what the record number of titles we've ever gotten on a... I mean, we've had songs where we had hundreds of titles. Well, yeah, you can see earlier, we've had, since the show started, we've had 387,250 title suggestions. 387,000! And I think we've done, how many? We've done 5,000 something songs. So, whatever that math is for average number of titles per song. The downside of this mic is that the clamp really hurts after a long time, because I don't know if, I'm almost tempted to sort of try to cannibalize it, or, that's not quite what I mean, but somehow attach the mic to the headphones. Because I don't want to know what percentage of titles is mine. I need a lot of fertilizer to grow. Yeah, Rosennetyle. Yeah. It basically, well, you can see it's designed to, it clamps around my head, and it's just, giving me a headache. Hey, Chuggy. Grab bacon. You like the data collection? Yeah, we've got all sorts of crazy stats. We know how many times each sound's been used, and Okay, this is always fun, chat. Somebody throw out a word. And we'll see how many titles have been submitted with that word, and I'll read some of them. Somebody throw out a random word. Rosa says memory. Okay, let's see how many titles have memory in. Title. Memory. Chat, what do you think? Let's get some numbers. What do people think? How many? So we have, whatever, over 300,000 titles submitted. How many titles out of that 300,000 do you guess have the word memory in the title? My guess is it can be pretty high. I'm guessing I'm going to say 700. Rosen says 50. Hug Queen says 300. Staff says 312. Meaty's going 1200. 1245. 13. Okay, let's see what we got. Let's see. It's 386. I thought it'd be more. Who was closest? I think Hug Queen was closest, right? 386. The very first one was submitted on. It was, you know what it was submitted? I think this was the day of the first couple streams raid. Is that possible? Was it the 20? It was either the 29th or the 30th of 2016. I think it was the 29th. So isn't that a funny coincidence? Yeah, and it was A Memory of My People was the very first one submitted. We had Memory Full, Memory Card Illuminati, Droplets of Memory, Memory Wane, Time is Memory, In Memory of the Brave Kazoo, Memory Drain, The Longest Memory. We're now in 2017. Another memory card full from somebody. Perchance a Memory Fleeting. Okay, we'll do one. What's another word? What's a random word? Give us another. Somebody throw out another random word. Bike. Chuggy gave us bike. Okay, let's see. Title. Bike. The way I'm doing this search is also going to turn up things that have bike in the word, like motorbike, or I don't know if there's any other ones besides that, but okay, what do y'all think? What are your guesses? How many titles with the word bike? I can't guess because I already did the search, so I know the number. Staff says 118. Short Total says 21. Fosmeric says 15. 77 for Doug. 11 for Grandpa Bacon. Okay. Okay, let's see if I give. So his first one was 11/21/2016, and it was trucking through the snow on my bike. And according to this, there were 99 so far. The most recent one was it was last week, and it was Big Child's Cro-Magnons munched my motorbike. Previous one before that was Muty, actually, the week before, bike marks in the neck. And then we had to go all the way back to October, all park and no bike, also from Muty. Let's see. What did I do? I sang a little. I didn't. Oh, and I played some melodica, right? Yeah. Rosen, is there a way for chat? Not currently. Not an easy way. Someday, maybe. But it would need to be I think it'd be something where you'd have an account Because I don't know that I don't know that it should everything should be available to everybody. I don't know if that think it, even though it is publicly submitted. Let me shout out some more of these titles. We had Grandpa Bacon's Small Town Masquerade. These are titles from the last song. So of Maz with Mecha Mystic. Chortortol Overcast Stitch. Fosmeric Legends and Lullabies. Muti for Moral Use Only. Random Words Making Sense. Conan the Employer. A Cooler Kid. Rose and Blessed Midnights. Staffy Call and Response. Hugqueen LD Down for Chatting. And Bug Screen Automaton. I think one of the telling things about AI is that AI computers can destroy humans at chess, right? Destroy them now. Destroy them. Chess has never been more popular than it is now, it seems. It certainly wasn't like this 20 years ago. Like, no, I didn't know a single chess player 20 years ago. Now I know chess players. So in spite of AI being better, people still care about chess as much, or maybe, like I said, who knows, maybe, but certainly in terms of popular culture, chess is part of popular culture in a way that I don't remember it ever being in my life. Grandpa Bakes says, has there ever been a duplicate title in all 6,000 songs? Yes. There are a few duplicates. I don't remember what they are off the top of my head, but eventually I put in a way to prevent that from happening. And so theoretically, I only see titles that have never been used on a song. Now, I might see titles that have been submitted before, right? But if they haven't been used, then it's fine because they could, yeah. But I've never felt sort of, as afraid of AI in terms of art and music, in the sense of, I think what would be scary, really scary, is if AI can appreciate art and music, right? And it certainly cannot now. It takes us to give meaning. And, my view of art and music has always been that it's, some people look at it very much of a one-directional thing where the artist is this genius and people are just this passive receptacle of something that other people create. But my feeling is that the very act of appreciating a song or looking at a painting or reading a book, you are part of the artistic process because you're bringing something that nobody else can bring to that experience. So everyone's going to experience a painting a slightly different way. It doesn't matter what the artist intended. It doesn't matter what a musician intends, right? Everyone's going to hear a song in a different way. And not only that, every time we hear a song, we're going to hear it differently than we heard it the previous time because we've changed. It may be in tiny, minute ways, but we are a different person than the person who than when we last listened to it. Okay, we got a tie. So many ties tonight. Let's break the tie. Rhea is chosen. So we have these. When I started this show in 2016, I knew that we'd have no viewers, right? That's just what it's like when you start, unless you're already have a following or whatever. But I certainly did not. I knew I would have no viewers, but I wanted to do the concept of the show, which is I'm making up music on the spot with requests from chat. And so we had all these, we called them the RNG, the Greek gods. We had all these Greek gods from the pantheon, and they would make requests. They would do random requests so that I could do the show. And slowly over time, we built up an audience. Well, slowly, I say slowly, it sort of happened over the course of the fall of 2016, and then what really did it for us was a couple streams. That was the first really big raid that I ever got, and that at the time that basically doubled our community size just like that. But yeah, eventually we no longer every once in a while there won't be enough requests for something, but I don't think I've had to use the RNGs in years. But the RNGs still, they break ties. Anyway, and speaking of breaking ties, it's Grandpa Bacon, Supersonic Lullabies. So that track will be known forever as Supersonic Lullabies. Yeah, Rosen in chat. Rosen started watching and first saw some shows in 2016, and absolutely, as Rose is saying, most of the requests were the RNGs. Hey, Megs. Thank you, Megs. Happy Canada Day, Megs. 54 months. So I think we're sort of around the time we're past the time when I usually end shows, but we can hang out for a little bit if anyone has any exciting things to share, or anyone has questions, or if you had any questions about how the show works that seems confusing, or questions about I still have limited experience with van life, but Setatrol says, this show in its purest form has 0 viewers. Kid has been working hard to return this show to that most pure state, yeah. It's Setatrol is our resident grump. Keeps me honest. That's one of your best. It's Setatrol right there. 0 viewers in its purest form. That's so true. Fosbury says, will the schedule remain the same regardless of the time zone you're in? Yes, for now. I mean, I still have been... I have not changed our schedule from Tuesdays to Saturdays, even though I haven't done a Tuesday show in like 9 months. Because I've been dragging my feet, making a decision what I'm going to do. For people, if this is your first show, I actually, for the most part, for the first 4 or 5 years of the show, I was doing 5 to 6 shows a week. So one show a week, which is what we're doing right now, Saturdays, is definitely a big difference, but hopefully I'll be in a position where it makes sense to do more shows at some point. But Fosmeric, realistically, I'm probably going to be mostly in the same time zone for certainly for the next, certainly at least until the fall. I think, I'm pretty sure. Just because I'm so limited by temperature that it's pretty much I got to be in the mountains of New Mexico or the mountains of or Colorado, or I guess maybe. And also gas. That's the other big thing that's, I was saying earlier, I finally figured out the gas mileage on the vehicle, and right now it's about, I think it was 12 or 13 miles a gallon. I need to update the About, Rosen. I know. There's so many things that are out of date. You're better than you think says, was the desired outcome for your stream? My desired outcome has never been about what happens on camera. Because I think, we've had different levels of viewership over the years, but, as long as there's a group of people that enjoy and care, and then that's all. I'm really happy with that. But outside of that, there's more the making enough so I can keep doing it, and that's been a challenge. But so I'm generally not an end. I try not to be an ends person. I try to be a means person, so to speak. So one of the motivations for moving the show into a van. When I started the show, I had a big studio space, and then I moved to a smaller studio space. Now I'm in a van, so the next step is doing the show out of a backpack. But it was hopefully doing something different will help me find new ways to share what we're doing. Doug. Doug, I read it because Beanerino was here earlier, Doug. So I was like, oh yeah, I didn't know. What does he have to do with? He says, theoretically, how long could you stream if you went till everything was empty? That's a good question. Let's see. Well, let's see. Okay, so we're probably not getting any, we're probably not getting much power from the sun right now. Let's see how many watts we're using. Chad, what does everyone think? How many watts am I using of power? So yeah, we are getting 1 watt from the sun right now, so not much. But we're getting 13 amps, so that's 156 watts. 156 watts. So okay, so let's see. So let's figure this out. So theoretically, according to my calculations. What did I say? How many watts? What did I say? 160? Well, it's cooler, right? It uses more watts when the fans are running higher. So let's say 200 watts. Well, it's tough to calculate because, well, it's okay. So 200 watts. Let's say there's no sun. 200 watts. We could go probably for about, with no sun, about 40 hours. Yeah. But with sun, we could go probably another. I'm not going to do all the calculations, but another 2 or 3 days. Yeah. Steph, this is how many encores? Rose is technically you're an even bigger space because you aren't confined to brick and mortar. That's true, yeah. Yeah. You're better than you think. This is in a way life is about storytelling. Living in a place covered by windows and a door is kind of boring after a while. Yeah, I'm enjoying this. I'm enjoying the freedom. But I've been lucky. Well, I haven't. I was telling, I think it was last guest on chat. It's not until essentially this coming week that I'll be truly living 100% independent van life because I have had a home base. So that means I've had, until I got solar, I had a place I could recharge, I had a place I could refill water, I had a place I could do laundry. And now I'm going to have none of those things now. So that's when I've had a place where I can get packages in the mail. Now I'm going to have to plan ahead and get them shipped to, call up the post office, see if I can get it shipped to wherever I am or the local, shipping store. Rose is less than 2 days straight without sun, maybe 5 days total, yeah. Actually, I could change it. Let's see. 100 watts. Minutes per day. How many minutes are in a day? It's 24 times 60 is 1440. So, I actually have calculations I could figure this out. If I don't have a fridge, right? If I don't have a fridge, which I don't have a fridge right now, it would actually be with the sun. It looks like I could go for about a week before the battery would run out, actually. I'd go for a week, assuming we have, and that's assuming I'm getting sort of 50% of what I could get. Now, right now, I might be getting 100% of what I can get from the sun, in which case we could go indefinitely. If it's in the middle of the summer and there's not a lot of clouds, I could stream 24/7 if I don't have a fridge, because the fridge ends up being about 50 watts, I think, an hour, right? So I've already built a system that can accommodate that. So if we don't have the fridge, yeah, and it's summer. So should we do that? Should I just stream 24/7? I'm not going to do that. That would be impossible. Yeah, Muti says we played the tutorial. The real game's about to start. Yeah. Yeah, the longest I've been sort of just completely away from home base. I think I was away for 6 or 7 days straight. Yeah. There's this near where I am. I just I was in a rush and I've just parked in this place before, so I just pulled in where I've been before. But there's trails all over the place and are dirt roads, and there's a place just a little ways from here that has a beautiful view. But there's an abandoned car up there, and it's like everyone's afraid. I think nobody is staying there because that abandoned car. I don't know. I mean, and I feel this. It's hard for me to go there too because it feels like it's being used, the space. But it's the best. It's like the best location, pretty much. And the car's been there for I don't know how long. I mean, it's been there ever since I've started coming to this place. I don't know. I don't know. Maybe one day I'll get the courage to just invade this abandoned car's space. Oh, Hard, thank you for the raid. Thank you. That's one of the bummers about it's one of the bummers about the public lands is that people take advantage of it and they dump stuff. So there was another spot that I liked, and I went walking by there a week ago, and someone had stayed after me and just dumped. They dumped a chair and just all this junk, It's just a bummer. Better Than You Think says, what is your passion? Expression. Yeah. Not computer, not van. To me, computer and van are just they're a way to do to live a life. They're tools, but yeah. So expression, which music is a part of. Although I really do enjoy the van, I will say, and I enjoy programming sometimes. I would never. I don't have the. I only enjoy programming if I'm doing my own projects. I would never be able to work a traditional programming job. I would not be. I mean, I'm not really suited to most kinds of jobs. Yeah. Hard so I used to park and sleep next to an abandoned car, and late one night it discovers a drug drop spot. Awareness makes sense, yeah. Yeah, it's interesting. Where I am it's almost like a neighborhood. There's a lot of. I mean, there aren't that many people who are here long term, but there are some vehicles you'll see over and over again, and I've gotten to know somebody who's been here a while, but it's it's out in the wilderness where it's camping. You never know if people want to be friendly or not. You don't know, or social. So my thinking is that probably a lot of people actually do, but are just intimidated to be to introduce themselves, or so I haven't had the I mean, I think we'll see. I mean, I would like to feel like I can, if I see people out at their site, sort of go. But the people I've met so far, generally, it's they're out walking and I'm walking, so it's already, we've put ourselves out into the world. Or I've met people who just walk by the van and see that it's open and they come say hi, because I'm like sort of inviting them to, I guess. What about work with others to program? Well, we've had a bunch of people who have helped out on the show, and like Brukos, who Brukos is legend, absolute legend in the music category, because he built the streamer song bot that powers the music. So many streamers use it, and Brukos helped make our on-screen extension that a lot of people use to make requests on, and something Brukos did that has been, for me, makes my life so much easier, is he helped me with something that when I put albums on Bandcamp, there's all this metadata and information, right? And he helped. I'm not that good at JavaScript, and he helped. So he helped I sort of take my data, and then he figured out the JavaScript to make it super easy to just take the data and spit it into the fields. Because individually having to go through and do that for every song, every album, just insane number of hours. And then there's somebody else who helped me integrate with YouTube for the same reason, so I don't have to, helped me, because I'm not great at API. I haven't done a lot with APIs, and they helped me with that API. So yeah, we've had a lot of people help out. Yeah, honor for Brukos in chat. Doug says the outside looks amazing. Let me open the window a little more. So yeah, as people said, this is we are in space, but this is a green screen right here. I don't know. I wish. Well, I'll put the webcam up. The webcam will not look as nice, but I can at least show you more. We got a full moon, or it must be almost a full moon. It looks pretty full. Cameras are so funny. So the moon looks tiny on screen, but for me it looks. I wish y'all could see it the way I see it. I guess this view you can't see that much. On the other side of the van, there's some nice hills. I mean, you can see the mountains in the back out there. Doug says use the webcam on the green screen. I know I need to do that. It's not an easy. Well, wait, how? Yeah, why is it not? Oh, yeah, it should be working. Why is it not doing it right now? Oh, because it's not pointed at the. Well, then we get the trippy, really trippy. Good night, Hug Queen. It was good to see you. Doug says, output the webcam to the back. Yeah, and then I'm trying to remember how to do that. Let me see if I can. Yeah. Why do I keep? I thought I switched back. Why is it bumping me back to the? Sorry about that. Y'all missed the most profound things. It's incredibly profound what I was just saying. I was saying how I just I realized recently there was a restrooms. I had no idea. I'm on we'll say the less developed side. Not that the other side is very developed, but it extends really far. So you can, if I wanted to, I could get extremely far away from people. But yeah. But we'll see this this next whoops, what I just this next week. Oh, it started doing. Why does this keep? What is going on? Why does it keep? Hey, Jeeve. How's it going, Jeeve79? How you doing? Your brother, you think, says, are you interested in making video? I've done some other video stuff, non-music video type stuff. Sketches and but actually my before I started streaming, I was working professionally in video production for 5 or 6 years. Is that? Yeah. Basically, we make one of those shots with our infinite numbers of kids. I don't remember how I did that. I don't remember how I did it. Yeah. Roses, can you send me a list of albums? You can, but I don't know when I'll have time to deal with it. But you can. Yeah. Unfortunately, I have probably hundreds of similar tasks like that really should be done, but I just don't have the, it's just not practical right now. It's so nice feeling it cooling down. It still says it's 93 degrees in the van, but the breeze is sweet. Really nice. Is that knocking, or was that the... I guess that's just the beat. He says that was the song. It had me looking. My camera's obscuring chat, so I'm like trying to see the bottom of your... Yeah, well, unless anyone has any more comments or questions, or I think we're going to wind down in a second so I can disassemble this monstrosity I've created in my common area. I wish there was a safe way for me to climb over all this stuff so I could just go to bed sometimes, but it's just not. The odds are I would accidentally kick something and break one of these monitors again. Yeah, you're better than you think. You're welcome to use. If you want to use some of the songs as background music for your Minecraft videos, you're welcome to do that. Rose says also you can't just push the whole set. No, because there's all these cables. All these cables that would get ripped out and broken, and yeah. And the thing where the computer is sitting, that has to come apart. Yeah. Yeah, so you see this thing, there's a platform, and there's hinges right there and there. So this monitor actually goes right in there, and they slide together, and then it collapses. But you see all these cables that are going different places. There's a MIDI cable and a USB power for this keyboard. There's the cables for the mixing boards are going to here. There's 2 mic cables that are going to here. There's the headphone cable. There's Ethernet cables. There's the volume suddenly get a lot quieter. That was weird. Yeah, camera. The camera has to be taken apart. There's cables and a power cable. There's the power for this, the extension cord. There's a computer power. There's a modem power. Yeah, it's an absolute mess of things. Hey, OC Iron, how you doing? OC can y'all still? Why can't I hear? What is going on? Did my headphones just die? Huh. Wow, is that jack going bad? I think the jack is going bad. That's a problem. Huh. Roses, how do you end up creating that monster of a mess? I mean, the things that can stay plugged in are actually very well organized. The problem is that cables have to go all different directions. There's almost no way to do that in a way that's really neat unless you have a lot of time. Like this would be, I could make this very neat if it was permanently installed. But because it isn't permanently installed and cables have to go in all directions, it is messy. Yeah. Staff said we'll plug it into a plug strip. Oh, there is a plug strip. There is. So almost everything on the rack are plugged into a power strip. Yeah. But I've used up every single slot. It's like there are, I think, 10 different things plugged in to the rack alone. So that's why I have the computer power and the modem plugged in separately because there's no more room. Yeah. Roses, can you group cables together? So like all that the monitors are all grouped together, like the cables for this are grouped together. Oh, you can't see it. But there's just like the only things that I could group together at this point are the two mic cables and the headphone extension. Sort of. Because they're going to different places. So you can only group things so much if they're all going to different places. Yeah. I'm going to close the door. I feel a little exposed when the light is on and it's dark out. Like it's like an advertisement for thieves. Look at all that stuff he has in a van. Okay, let's do our... Oh, I should have done this stuff before we started talking. We'll do it now, though. I'm going to be... I'm not sure my plans, Rosen, yeah. Oh, thanks, OCR. I mean, I can make things a little neater, and eventually it'll look neater in here because it looks sort of messy, I know. But unfortunately, making it look neater does not mean it's any faster or easier to do. It's just, it'll look a little neater. Yeah. I think another reason it probably takes as long as it does is that it's such a small space. Things take longer because I'm having to, like if, let's say I'm at this point, right? And I realize I forgot something or something I got to get. I can't just stand up and get it. I've got to slide this very carefully without yanking any of the cables. And then even then I have to sort of gingerly get up and try to move around it. Yeah, so it just makes things very complicated. Our show was live from I don't know where to go. We did 4 tracks: Intergalactic Puzzle Room, The Last Clockwork Detective, No Broken Hearts, and Supersonic Lullabies. To our thank yous. Thanks to our superstar mods, Megs and Tubi. Thanks to the couple streams for the raid. Thanks to our patrons, Staffy and Big Child. Thanks to a cheer from You're Better Than You Think. Thank you so much. We had subs. Big Child gave to Tandy. Miss Robert gave to Chill. 74 months for a couple streams. 59 for OC Iron, 54 for Meg, 71 for Zwidar. Thanks to all our lurkers and chatters. The 12 names you see on screen are named her tour, named our venue, named one of the songs, made a request from one of the songs. We had Bug Screen, Chilsey, Cool Blue, Jazz, Grandpa Bacon, Hug Queen LDM, Only Big Child. It came from the Sky Jubal, Miss Robert Muty, For Moral Reasons Only, Rosen and Staffy. Yeah, Rosen, I don't know when I'll have time to update the end screen. Yeah. Unfortunately, just in general, I'm not going to be able to do things. It's always worth saying it, but it just isn't the right use of my time right now. I wish it was. I wish I had the time to do it, but there's going to be lots of little things that are not the way they should be. Unfortunately, coding collaboration, the way I built the show, is very, very difficult. It's, sadly. And it would take a lot of work on my part for these kinds of fixes. It would take a tremendous amount of work, even if I didn't write a single line of code. So it's just not realistic. Yeah. I mean, for the most part, if I'm going to spend time coding, it's basically I have time to fix something that is. I'll fix things that make it easier for me to do the show and new features. Like, it's more important to do new features than to fix things from the past at this point. Yeah. In the hope that a new feature provides, good things. But yeah, so we got a show. We'll do a show on Saturday, next Saturday. I really need to make a final decision on schedule and decide if it's realistic to bring back Tuesdays or if we should just permanently stick with Saturdays. Thanks, Rosie. Yeah, if I think of things, yeah. We rated it this, they're doing some trance. Sorry, this trance DJ. Oh, thank you, Staffy, thank you. Okay, thanks so much, everyone. Hope you have a great rest of your weekend, and I'll see you next week. And yes, have a wonderful whatever comes next. Okay. Thanks. I'll see y'all soon. Take care.